Good afternoon, everyone. We are tracking a tornado warning right now across the north central portion of the state. We have a tornado warning here that is in effect for Phillips and Rooks counties. Give me a moment. I'm going to switch on over here to our desk coverage because our green screen coverage isn't been working right now. So again, we do have a tornado warning in effect there for portions of Phillips and Rooks counties. Let's go ahead and see if we can get the latest here. Let me double check again. This storm has developed very rapidly here across the north central portions of the state right now. Let me get the latest. I've just been trying to get things set up here within the past few moments. We have a tornado warning right now for Phillips and Rooks counties in north Kansas until 6 o'clock. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located near Webster State Park or 11 miles to the northeast of Nicodemus, moving off to the north and east at 20 miles per hour. Let's go ahead and get a closer look at this storm right now in a little bit more detail. I'll switch on over here to our high-resolution version of StormView radar so we can take a little bit more detailed look at this storm. This storm has rapidly developed here along a cold front right now across the north central portions of the state. Again, we're continuing to track this here momentarily. Give me a moment, and I'm going to post this out on our social media that we are streaming live right now. Again, I'm one-man banding coverage again right now, so give me just a moment. All right, we do have a spotter confirmed tornado on the ground right now with this storm. Let's go ahead and take a look at this storm right now. Just to the north and west of Stockton is where we do have this tornado warning in effect. Again, we have a trained spotter report of a tornado coming in with this storm. Allow me just a moment here to adjust the view. Let's take a look at the rotation within this storm right now, and it's not very well defined, but there is multiple reports of a possible tornado here 4 miles to the northeast of Webster State Park. There was reports of a condensation funnel about halfway to the ground, and then there is reports that there was some swirling dust on the ground with this storm. So again, we're continuing to monitor that, but we do have unconfirmed reports of a tornado there just a few miles to the west of Stockton. So Good evening. Thanks for tuning in here to our live coverage here on SiriusWX.net. We are tracking a tornado warning right now across the north central portions of Kansas. Let's take a statewide view. We've seen this storm rapidly develop here just to the north and east of Hill City right now, and we are tracking this. We have had a confirmed report of a tornado on the ground. So let's take a look at this storm right now and give you the update as to what's happening here. We have a lot of people that follow us here in this portion of the state. We ran in with a little difficulty there on the live stream there, but we're back and running here. We'll be back up and running here for the rest of the night. The live blog feed below, that is yet to get going. We're doing the live video coverage right now because I'm one man banding it right now. So talking about this is going to give you a little bit more rapid updates on this storm. So let's go ahead and get to the latest with this storm right now. We have had spotter reports of a tornado here 4 miles to the northeast of Webster State Park. You're seeing that there on your screen in Rooks County, reported by the public. Multiple reports of a possible tornado. The condensation funnel, so the funnel itself, was reported about halfway to the ground, and there has been some reports of dust swirling up on the ground. So that would mean that this tornado has touched down. In fact, our own storm chaser, Graham Traylor, is on this storm, and they are seeing that they have seen a landspout tornado with this storm. So it is confirmed right now that this is on the ground. Let's take a bit of a closer look, and here's a couple more. In fact, here we go. Confirmed landspout tornado via Twitter there. Location and time estimated from radar, but that was at 5:39. So again, we do have a confirmed report of this tornado on the ground right now. Stockton, you are included within this tornado warning. You need to be heading to shelter at this point. Otherwise, it looks like it's mainly the rural areas of the southern portions of Phillips and the northern portions of Rooks County. So Stockton, you're included, as well as Glade. If you're in any of those locations, be taking your tornado precautions. US 183 also from Glade to Stockton is within this tornado warning, as well as US 24 west of Stockton. You are under this tornado warning as well. Again, the safest place to be during a tornado is the basement. If you don't have a basement, you need to get to the lowest level of your home as possible, away from windows. The safest place, if you don't have a basement, it's going to be that bathroom or a closet, where cover yourself with blankets and pillows to protect yourself from flying debris. Again, we're monitoring this as a confirmed tornado on the ground right now with this storm that is continuing to push off to the north and east. So again, the northern portions of, let's see here, Rooks County, southern portions of Phillips County, tornado warning is in effect until 6 o'clock, so about another 10 minutes on it. Confirmed tornado 8 miles to the north of Webster State Park, or 13 miles to the northeast of Nicodemus, moving off to the north and east at around 20 miles per hour. So again, we're continuing to monitor this right now. I'm just looking at a picture here from Brandon Sullivan on Facebook. This is a landspout tornado. Let me see if I can pull that up here for you to get this on the stream. We are continuing to monitor this carefully, but again, this storm has rapidly developed here and intensified, became severe very quickly. It's moving off to the north and east right now at 20 miles per hour. The internet should be able to hold up, and I should still be able to get this photo here for you in my third monitor over here on this computer to be able to show you that tornado. But again, we're continuing to track this right now as this storm continues to push off to the north and east. Again, the northern portions of Rooks County, southern portions of Phillips County, you're under a tornado warning. Phillipsburg, you're not yet included within this tornado warning. We'll continue to monitor this storm. If it continues on its current path, it does look like that threat would miss you if this does continue at its current strength. But again, we have had confirmed reports by our own Graham Traylor. He's on this storm of a landspout tornado. And I'm pulling up this picture of this tornado right now for you here to show you. Let's go ahead and I will add this on here. I'll just do this. So this is the tornado that is on the ground right now with this storm. Again, this photo coming to us from Brandon Sullivan, a storm chaser out in the field right now. There it is. Again, you can see that we're looking here. You can see sort of the condensation funnel there in the upper right-hand corner of that picture, and then where it actually touches the ground, you see the dust swirling up in that storm. So again, we do have a confirmed landspout tornado on the ground right now with this storm as it continues to push off to the north and east. Again, where you see these icons, this is where that tornado was reported. So it is just a few miles to the west of Stockton and maybe to the west-northwest of Stockton, moving off to the north and east. So Stockton, this is going to be close for you. You need to be in your shelters at this point in time. Again, with the conditions we have in place, and as we continue, I don't think this tornado is going to be really a strong tornado at this point. Based off that picture, the bases of these storms, the bottom of the cloud height is pretty high up from what we'd normally see if we were looking at a strong tornado threat. But again, this is going to be sort of a landspout tornado, hopefully not going to cause any damage. Hopefully it's going to remain out in open country, but we'll continue to monitor this as it continues to push off to the north and east right now. I want to show you a statewide view. Let me get that picture off of there. I want to show you a statewide view right now of everything. That's our only storm across Kansas, but let's put the radar picture here into motion. It'll take a moment for some of those frames to load up. And if you look there just to the north of Hays, this storm has exploded within the past 20 minutes. It rapidly went severe with a severe thunderstorm warning, and just a few minutes later we had this report of a tornado on the ground. So again, we're monitoring this carefully as this storm continues to push off to the north and east. We're going to keep a very close eye on it. Otherwise, it doesn't look like we're looking at much more in the way of storm development further to the south and west along this cold front. And we do have a tornado watch that is in effect for the north central portions of the state. Those counties shaded there in red are under a tornado watch that goes until 12 a.m. Central Time. So again, those 8 counties in north central Kansas until 12 a.m., the potential for some severe weather, including a few tornadoes, large hail, and damaging winds. That large hail could be pretty significant, up to 3 inches diameter. That's about the size of a teacup or a large apple. So big hail possible, damaging winds to 70 miles per hour, and of course, as we are just looking at right now, tornadoes are going to be possible with this. Let's head back to the radar picture right now, and I'll show you again. That's all we're tracking. Let's head back to our high-resolution version of StormView radar. If we take a look at the rotation within this storm, typically what we're going to look for here is going to be where we see a shade of red, or a shade of bright red, and a shade of bright green coming together, and we just don't see that. So this isn't that strong of a tornado at this point. But definitely we've had reports of this on the ground right now as a landspout tornado. Again, just a few miles to the west of Stockton. Again, where you see these icons. Again, I'll bring these up for you. A tornado there reported 4 miles to the northeast of Webster State Park in Rooks County. And then another one here that's generally in the same area. This one, a confirmed picture via Twitter, time, location estimated. And again, if we take a look at that picture of this, that's the picture from Brandon Sullivan there. So again, we're going to continue to monitor this as this storm continues to push off to the north and east. We'll keep an eye on that very carefully, but again, looking at the radar, there's no indications of anything, any strong rotation, and based on those pictures that we're seeing, this is a landspout tornado moving off to the northeast, and that's if it's still on the ground. But again, the bases of these storms right now with initial development are rather high than what we'd like to see. Well, not what we'd like to see, but if we were going to be looking at a stronger tornado threat, we'd want these bases to be a little bit lower. So that's what we're continuing to monitor. Again, we'll have to just watch things carefully as these storms continue into the evening hours. So right now, again, tornado warning continues until 6 o'clock for the northern portions of Rooks County, southern portions of Phillips County. Should be getting in a new word from the National Weather Service here shortly in terms of what they are going to do with this tornado warning. So again, I'm one man banding coverage for now. We don't have anyone else posting at this point, but I'm going to try and update that blog here in a little bit, especially if we get out of continuous tornado coverage. But at this point, that's what we're going to continue with, because this is just going to allow me to send out more updates in real time rather than that blog at this point. But again, once we get more people on, we'll be able to do that and have both of those options available to you. But again, at this point, Stockton, Glade are the only main towns that are impacted by this storm. Again, this storm has rapidly developed, so I was trying quickly to get things going here. Let me see if I can pull up our storm tracking program and see if we can get a storm track, see if there's any smaller locations that are included within this tornado warned storm. And let's go ahead, and it's tracking off to the north and east. The Weather Service saying to the northeast at around 20 miles per hour. So allow me here to see if this is going to work for us. Let me take it from where our spotter report was and move it off to the northeast at around 20 miles per hour and get our estimated times of arrival here. And that's the good news. If you see that blue box with nothing in it, that means there's no locations that are within the immediate impact zone. Stockton, Glade, you are included within this tornado warning though, so it's not a bad idea to go ahead and stay hunkered down in your shelters for the next few minutes. We'll see what the Weather Service in Dodge City will say about this storm right now. But again, a confirmed report about 15 minutes ago, a few miles to the west of Stockton, of a landspout tornado. Again, these bases of the storms, as I've said, are rather high, so we're not looking at a strong tornado at this point, but we're going to continue to monitor conditions as we continue on here to the evening hours. A statewide picture shows you that that's our only cell that we're tracking right now. I want to show you a little bit farther to the north right now. We have some tornado warnings. If you have some family and friends up there in Nebraska and Iowa, you've probably heard about the weather situation there as well. They are under a moderate risk of severe storms today. The storm's just beginning to form now along this cold front like we had been talking about through the day today. You can see there's a tornado warning there in northwest Iowa. We have severe thunderstorm warnings in the northeast part of Nebraska. Storms beginning to develop there around Grand Island, north of Hastings right now. We'll continue to monitor that activity. And of course, our cell that we're tracking right here in Kansas right now. Again, we have had a spotter report of a landspout tornado with this storm as it continues to push off to the north and east, and conditions are going to remain favorable here over the next few hours for severe weather. And we do have a tornado watch in effect for the north central portions of Kansas. That goes until 12 a.m. Central Time. A few tornadoes will be possible, as we've already seen, in addition to a threat for some very large hail and damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour. So again, we're going to continue to monitor things. And if I show you the statewide radar picture one more time, we're watching these storms out in northeast Colorado. Those are pushing eastward as well, and they could potentially begin to impact northwest Kansas here within the next couple of hours. We'll keep an eye on that risk as well as the Storm Prediction Center. We're monitoring the latest here behind the scenes to keep you up to date. And again, our live blog below, we're not doing any updates there yet because I'm the only one doing coverage at this point. But once we get out here of continuous tornado coverage, I'll begin to keep that up to date, and I'll still be having our live updates on this live stream as well. The tornado warning for Phillips and Rooks counties is going to be allowed to expire. The National Weather Service will continue to monitor this storm carefully, but for the time being, they're going to allow this tornado warning to expire. The severe thunderstorm warning, though, still does remain in effect. Let me get the latest on this here. This is a severe thunderstorm warning still in effect here for portions of Phillips and Rooks counties. That goes for another 15 minutes until 6:15. This severe thunderstorm, the same storm that we're tracking, moving off to the north and east, is going to be capable of some large hail to $half size and 60-mile-per-hour winds. And again, where you see these areas of red and pink, that's where the reds is where we're seeing the threat for some quarter-sized hail, and the pink shades is where it could be looking at some hail up to $half size. So again, as we look at that, that's continuing to push off to the north and east right now. We're going to continue to monitor this storm carefully, but the National Weather Service in Hastings is allowing the tornado warning to expire So tornado warning is no longer in effect for these counties. Again, if we back out across north central Kansas, I'll kind of back out on this cell a little bit more. Again, you can see that's the core of this storm that we're tracking right now. It stretches all the way up there into portions of Smith County. Put it into motion. Again, northeastward movement along this cold front. We'll continue to monitor things carefully. Statewide view, again, not really looking at anything right now developing further to the south and west. We'll continue to keep an eye on it. You see this little green right here on the radar. That's actually the cold front right now. So the cold front stretches there from west central Kansas on up into north central Kansas. In fact, I can draw that up here for you. Let me back out the view just a little bit, and I'll show you here. We're tracking this cold front that has developed here or has pushed southeastward through the day, and that stretches on up into Nebraska. So storms going to possibly be developing on that, but that appears most likely right now here from north central Kansas through central Nebraska. And the good news is, as the cell moves off to the north and east, it could potentially push off into Nebraska, and we could see the severe weather threat end across north central Kansas until we possibly see this line push out from northeast Colorado. So again, tornado warning has been allowed to expire, no longer in effect. We do continue with that severe thunderstorm warning though for Phillips and Rooks counties until 6:15, and we do have an active tornado watch that is in effect here for portions of north central Kansas. It includes areas like Plainville, Phillipsburg. It also includes areas like Smith Center, Osborne, over toward Beloit, Mankato, Belleville, and Concordia. Just to name a few locations. Under that, tornado watch goes till 12 a.m. Central Time. Again, a few tornadoes going to be possible. Large hail up to 3 inches diameter and damaging winds to 70 miles per hour are going to be the threats that we're going to continue to track here through the next several hours. Keep it right here. We're going to continue to provide the latest live coverage, and we'll keep you up to date. Good evening. We continue to track severe storms across the north central portions of Kansas right now. We do have a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings in place there. Let's take a look at our high resolution version of Storm View radar. And we come here to north central Kansas where we are tracking with two severe thunderstorms, a few cores within this producing some large hail right now. Let's get the latest. The latest severe thunderstorm warning that has been issued for Phillips, Rooks, and Smith counties until 6:45 p.m. Central Time. Severe thunderstorm located near Phillipsburg, moving off to the north and east at 30 miles per hour. It's going to be capable of some golf ball-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. In fact, train spotters have reported some golf ball-sized hail. Let's take a look at this storm first. We'll take a look at the one further to the northeast of it here in just a moment. Let's zoom in again here, and you can see we had a report here of some golf ball-sized hail. This was at 6:07, 3 miles to the northeast of Glade in Phillips County. That report coming in by the public. And then another report of some golf ball size hail at 6 o'clock, 1 mile east of Glade in Phillips County. So again, we have had reported golf ball sized hail with this storm. And as we take a look at where our radar is estimating the maximum hail is at, or where the cores of the hail are at, looks like we could be looking at a core there just to the east-northeast of Phillipsburg and one across the southern portions of Phillips County. As we put the storm into motion, again, you can see that northeastward movement at around 30 miles per hour. We'll continue to keep a close eye on that storm. A little bit farther to the north and east, we have a severe thunderstorm warning for Smith County until 6:45. This storm is moving off to, let's see here, the northeast at 25 miles per hour, and it's going to be capable of some quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. That's going to be the area with the greatest threat for some hail. So continuing across the northern portions of Smith County, getting ready to move off into Nebraska. So we're continuing to monitor that cluster of storms. Again, as you can see, we did have that earlier report of a confirmed tornado a few miles west of Stockton and Rooks County. This line of storms continues to push off to the north and east. Let's take a statewide view, and that's our only area of storms that we're watching. But just coming in from the Storm Prediction Center, a new watch is likely soon here across northwest Kansas as these storms out of Colorado continue to push off to the east. But for the time being, we do have a tornado watch in place for the north central portions of the state for those counties shaded in red. That goes until 12 a.m. A few tornadoes possible in addition to a threat for some very large hail and damaging winds. Keep it right here on SiriusWX.net. We'll continue to provide you with the latest live coverage. check. Okay. Ugh. Good evening. We continue to track severe weather across north central Kansas, and we're about to be watching some across northwest Kansas as well. Let's start out here across north central Kansas right now. We'll switch on over to our high resolution radar and we'll take a look at this storm that's continuing to push northeastward across the eastern portions of Phillips County and the western portions of Smith County right now. We have severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for this for the same storm. Severe thunderstorm warning Phillips, Rooks, and Smith counties until 6:45. We'll see what the Weather Service does there because that's just any minute now. And then we have another severe thunderstorm warning for Smith County also until 6:45. So we're going to see what the Weather Service does on that. But again, this storm continuing to push off to the north and east is going to be capable of some hail. Our radar showing it around quarter size southeast of Kerwin, and I'd say around some 60-mile-per-hour winds possible with this storm as it's continuing to push off to the north and east right now. So Kerwin, you're being impacted by the storm right now. I can't see what that town is. Kensington, Arga, Athol, all those locations being impacted by the storm as it continues to push off to the north and east. We'll continue to monitor it. It does have a history of producing some large hail to the south and east of Phillipsburg, but we'll see what the Weather Service says there here in the next few moments on those warnings. Let's head here to northwest Kansas right now. A new tornado watch has just been issued, in fact, here for these 8 counties in northwest Kansas. That goes until 11 p.m. tonight. So again, we're going to continue to monitor this complex of storms that's pushing eastward out of Colorado and likely going to be impacting northwestern Kansas here within the next little while. So we're going to continue to monitor that threat. That could begin to impact Kansas is in as short as the next hour. So we'll keep an eye on that as that cluster continues to push eastward. And then our storms here across north central Kansas stretch up. We have more storms along a cold front across central and eastern Nebraska. We'll monitor those. And if you watch my forecast this afternoon, you heard me mention this cluster of storms out of northeastern Colorado is going to continue to push eastward, and it could combine with the storms here through central and eastern Nebraska, and eventually we could possibly see one big line that will push eastward here through the far northern portions of Kansas. So we're just going to have to wait and see how this unfolds, but for the time being, we're tracking this one severe storm across north central Kansas. A new severe thunderstorm warning has just been issued for Phillips and Smith counties until 7:30 p.m. Severe thunderstorm moving off to the north, moving off to the north and east at 40 miles per hour is going to be capable of some half-dollar sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. So again, the most likely area of some of that hail is going to be either right around and just northeast of Kerwin or 15 miles east of Phillipsburg. And again, that storm moving off to the northeast at 40 miles per hour. Smith Center, the Kensington area, Lebanon, just a few of those locations to name that are going to be impacted by this storm. Again, that's continuing to push off to the north and east at 40 miles per hour. We'll continue to watch that storm carefully as it's beginning to move out of Phillips County and moving into Smith County. And at 6:33, we had a report of some quarter-size hail covering the ground 1 mile north of Kerwin, again in Phillips County. So again, we'll continue to monitor that storm carefully as it continues to push off to the north and east. And again, that's our only severe thunderstorm warning in Kansas, but we're continuing to monitor this cluster of storms pushing out of Colorado right now into the eastern portions of Colorado and getting ready to make its way toward northwest Kansas. So again, current tornado watch, well, we have 2 tornado watches now, one in effect here across the north central portions of the state. That goes until midnight tonight, and a watch here across northwest Kansas, including Hill City, Goodland, Colby, Hoxie, Norton. That goes there until 11 o'clock Central Time tonight. So we'll continue to monitor this cluster of storms as they continue to push off to the north and east. Keep it right here on our website, SiriusWX.net, for the latest live streaming radar coverage, as well as the live updates there on our blog feed right below this at SiriusWX.net. Keep it right here. We'll continue to keep you up to date. Severe thunderstorm warning has been canceled for Phillips County. Remains in effect for Smith County until 7:30. Good evening. We continue to track severe weather across the north central portions of the state. Also tracking a cluster across northeast Colorado that is working its way toward northwest Kansas. We'll take a look at that here in a moment, but let's first take a look at this severe thunderstorm warning that we have for Smith County. This is a severe thunderstorm warning there for Smith County until 7:30. A severe thunderstorm moving off to the northeast at 25 miles per hour is going to be capable of some half-dollar sized hail and damaging winds to 60 miles per hour. As we take a look at where our radar is estimating the most likely area of hail. Let me get this on here. If we take a look at some of our dual polarization radar products, you can see sort of where we see those shades of gray right within there, and that's going to match up here fairly nicely with our shades of pink and white. So that's where we're looking at our greatest risk for some hail. Within the next little while, we're looking at some hail up here in the upper level parts of the storm as well, north and northwest of Gaylord. As this continues to push off to the north and east Smith Center, you could potentially be seeing some hail with this storm as it pushes out to the north and east, in addition to a risk for some damaging winds to 60 miles per hour. Again, put that in motion for you. Again, you can see that storm moving off to the north and east at 25 miles per hour. We'll continue to monitor that storm carefully, but again, Smith Center, you're next in line to be impacted. Let's actually go ahead and put a track on this storm for you, and again we'll track it off to the north and east at around 25 miles per hour and see what times that's likely going to be impacting the area of Smith Center and any other smaller locations. It's getting a little bit closer here as that loads up, and we'll take a look here. In fact, the radar just updating on me, so let me erase that storm track and we'll get a little bit better of a look here as it pushes off again to the northeast at around 25 miles per hour. And we'll go ahead and get our areas that are going to be impacted there here. But again, this severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect here until 7:30, so about another 25 minutes left to go on this warning right now. But again, the core of this storm going to be near Smith Center by 7:20, so in about 15 minutes or so. And if it does continue with its current intensity, it would eventually be toward Thornburg and areas farther northeast after 7:30. But again, that's if it can maintain its current strength. So Smith Center at around 7:20, the storm could be impacting your location. You're probably already getting in on some heavy rainfall right now and lightning. That hail threat is greatest there just to your west, but that could be moving over Smith Center again here within the next few minutes. Again, that storm continuing to push off to the north and east. So again, back out the view just a little bit, and you can see more storms a little bit farther to the north of that. This is the Kansas-Nebraska line, so we're not looking at any other storms right now that are really back building to the southwest of this one, which is good news. The rest of the storms along this cold front are on central and northeastern Nebraska, so that's good news. We'll continue to monitor that cold front carefully, but we may not see any more back building of these storms through the evening. Taking a look here to northeast Colorado, we have a severe thunderstorm that's pushing eastward. We just got a report of an estimated 70-mile-per-hour wind gust with this storm that's moving through Kit Carson County, Colorado. As that continues to push eastward, that could be impacting the Cheyenne and Sherman County areas, St. Francis and Goodland. We'll continue to monitor that storm as it continues to track off to the east. We have two tornado watches now in effect. One across the north central portion of the state, that goes time. The other across northwest Kansas, issued just a few moments ago, goes until 11 p.m. Central Time. So we could be in for some severe weather over the next few hours. The good news, it looks relatively isolated at this point. We're just going to have to watch these storms as they continue to unfold and see if we could be looking at storms forming into a line as that cluster of storms continues to push off to the east out of Colorado, and possibly see a line develop across central Nebraska. Those could possibly interact and form one big line that would push over north central or the northern portions of Kansas, I should say, overnight tonight. So I'll begin to look at some of the latest data here behind the scenes over the next couple of hours and see how that should unfold. So again, we'll continue to monitor things and keep it right here on SiriusWX.net. We'll continue to provide live coverage right here, so keep it with us for the latest. looking through the latest data right now, it's a little too. I'm looking at one of our really good high-resolution short-term models. It's showing a little bit too much activity compared to what we already have right now over north central Kansas, but it's doing a decent job with the stuff over northeast Colorado. But it is suggesting here, as was a lot of our other data through the day, that it now looks like that storms may develop along a dry line across southwest Kansas here, generally between 8 and 10 p.m., and continue to push eastward, and that could possibly merge with these storms that we're looking at to our north and form into a line of damaging winds as the storms really begin to move through central Kansas and move toward the I-135 corridor. So, and that could continue all the way into northeast Kansas. So, again, we could possibly be looking at more development. I'm going to see what the Weather Service in Dodge is saying on that, but it does look like here within the next hour to 2 hours, next hour to 3 hours, I guess would be better, that we could possibly be seeing more development there along a dry line, along that dry line in southwest Kansas. So we'll keep an eye on that. Good evening. We continue to track severe storms across north central Kansas this evening. Let's take a look at the radar picture. Up to the current time right now, you can see we're tracking a severe storm here still across Smith County. Let's take a closer look at it on a high resolution radar, and you can see that we continue to see where you do see the shades of pink. That's where we're going to be looking at the greatest risk for some large hail right now as the storm continues to push off to the northeast. So Athol and Smith Center, you're going to be impacted, or you're currently being impacted by the storm, and it is continuing to push off to the north and east with a threat for some quarter to $half sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. In fact, we just got in a new severe thunderstorm warning for this storm. There it is, just popping up there. Jewell and Smith counties until 8:15. A severe thunderstorm near Smith Center, moving off to the northeast at 20 miles per hour, going to be capable of some $half sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. So again, we're going to continue to monitor that storm as it continues to push off to the northeast. We just got in as well a new severe thunderstorm warning for Sherman County. That goes until 8:30 Central Time. Severe storm moving out of Colorado is moving east 45 miles per hour and could be impacting Sherman County here within the next little while with a threat for some $half sized hail and winds to 70 miles per hour. So Goodland, you are now under a severe thunderstorm warning, as well as I-70 within all of Sherman County. Edson and Colorado in Kansas both included within this severe thunderstorm warning. As well as we take a look at the big picture right now, we're tracking most of the storms across central and eastern Nebraska along the cold front. Conditions are a little bit more favorable for tornadoes right now across northeastern Nebraska. As I've been looking at things behind the scenes, we're going to still monitor the cell here across north central Kansas, but the good news is it is moving northeastward and should be out of Kansas here within the next hour or so. We're going to keep an eye on that. So hopefully once that moves off to the north and east, we'll see our tornado threat be a little bit lesser. So we're going to keep an eye on that as that storm continues to push off to the north and east. And then this cluster of storms moving eastward out of northeast Colorado will impact northwestern Kansas. And then if we come here to southwest Kansas, I want to show you something here real quick. You can see this green line. That's our dry line that we're watching here west of Meade and west of Dodge City. If we put it into motion for you, you can see how it's pushing further to the west now, how it's been pushing back to the west, and the Weather Service in Dodge City noticing this as well. And like I said earlier, looking at things behind the scenes, we could be looking at some new storm development along this dry line here within the next couple of hours, and that could go up. It's going to continue pushing west, so that could potentially we could potentially see storms fire down back toward Ulysses and up towards Scott City. So that's the area that we're going to have to keep an eye on as this dry line continues to retreat, and then we could be looking at more storms developing here. Storm Prediction Center not mentioning anything just yet because it's not an imminent threat at this point, but we'll be sure and pass along any information to you as it becomes available on that. So we'll continue to monitor that portion of the state as well as these storms across north central and northwest Kansas. We do have 2 tornado watches in place. One across the northwestern portion of the state goes until 11 p.m. Central Time, and the other one across north central Kansas goes until midnight tonight. We're going to continue to monitor the threat for severe weather again through the next few hours, and potentially could be looking at more severe across southwest Kansas here within the next couple of hours. So be sure and keep an eye on the weather situation. Just because you're not under a watch right now doesn't mean you're in the clear in terms of the severe weather threat goes tonight. So again, that's our active watch is currently in place. Tornado watch northwest Kansas till 11 p.m. and a tornado watch for north central Kansas until midnight tonight. We have another few people coming in to look at things right now, so we'll come back to the radar picture and I'll kind of talk about that again here. Again, we're tracking a severe storm across Smith County right now. We're looking at some $half-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds with that storm. Jewell in Smith counties, I should say, under that severe thunderstorm warning until 8:15, and a severe thunderstorm warning in northwest Kansas. That's for Sherman County until 8:30. a threat for some half-dollar size hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds possible with that storm. And again, as we continue to track these storms, the one across north central Kansas is moving off to the north and east, and the one across the northwestern portion of the state is moving due eastward with more of a risk for some damaging winds. So again, we're going to continue to monitor those storms. And as we take a look at things, again, tornado watch is in effect northwest Kansas till 11, north central Kansas until midnight, and we are monitoring southwest Kansas for the possibility of more storm development later on tonight within the next few hours between now and 10 o'clock. So keep an eye on things. Keep it right here. We're going to continue to provide live streaming radar and severe weather coverage, as well as live updates on our blog below this right here on SiriusWX.net. Keep it right here. We'll continue to keep you up to date. good evening. We continue to track severe storms across northwest Kansas, north central Kansas as well, and we are monitoring southwest and west central Kansas for the possibility of more severe weather here within the next little while. Let's take a look at our current severe thunderstorm warning. Let's head here to north central Kansas. We're watching this cell very carefully here across Smith County. We have a severe thunderstorm warning currently in effect that goes until 8:15 with a threat for some hail to $half size and some damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour. Again, we're monitoring this cell carefully. We have our storm chaser Graham Trailer on this storm here. He's near the Smith Center area, so he has a good view of this storm. He says it's not really getting itself organized at this point in time, but we have him ready to go there, and we have his phone information, so if we do get anything going on significant with this storm, he'll let us know, and we could get him on the air. So again, that severe thunderstorm warning does go until actually that may be a new warning. Let me double check here on the latest. Let's see here. Jewell and Smith counties, that warning goes till 8:15 rather instead of 8:30. 8:15, that severe thunderstorm warning for portions of Jewell and Smith counties. Again, that storm going to be capable of some $quarter to $half sized hail and some 60 mile per hour winds. It is continuing to push off to the north and east through northern Smith County. The good news, that's beginning to work its way toward Nebraska, so once that gets out of Kansas, we'll no longer have to deal with that storm. Further to the north, though, in south central Nebraska, we're tracking storms with tornadoes that have been reported. So, and let's actually take a statewide view, and I want to talk about that. The greater tornado risk here over the next little while up here, especially across northeast Nebraska, although those storms are getting to form more into a line, and again here across south central Nebraska as well. Again, we're going to keep a close eye on that cell over north central Kansas before it gets ready to cross the border there into Nebraska. We're tracking a significant storm that's moving here through northwest Kansas. An update on this severe thunderstorm warning for Sherman County. Some 80 mile per hour winds and baseball sized hail are going to be possible with this storm as it continues to track off to the east. So Goodland, you're going to be in for this. This is going to be the greatest risk area for some of that large hail, and as well as our damaging winds to 80 miles per hour. So that is not good news. This could be wind driven hail, meaning instead of the hail falling straight down, it could be more let me see, that's an update for the southern part of the warning. It could be wind driven, meaning instead of falling straight down, it could be being blown into the side of things. So a very significant storm there moving through Sherman County. In fact, we just got in an estimated hail report here to tennis ball size, so that's 2.5 inches diameter with this storm that's moving off to the east. So again, just got in that report there in Colorado, Kansas, in Sherman County. So again, baseball sized hail, or actually tennis ball sized hail being reported, and hail up to baseball size possible as that continues to push off to the east. Colorado, of course, you're currently being impacted. Goodland, you're being impacted within the next few moments. In fact, let me go ahead and get a storm track on this significant storm. It's moving off to the east at around 45 miles per hour. So actually, I'm going to have to switch on over to our other version of radar. So we will that warning does continue there again until 8:30. So we'll keep an eye on that. And then further north, we have a severe thunderstorm warning for Cheyenne County. We could be looking at some 60 mile per hour winds and maybe some quarter-size hail with that area of storms. So again, we're going to continue to monitor those areas carefully. And again, we're watching portions of central and southwest Kansas, that pink outlined area, for the possibility of a new watch here within the next couple of hours. That could include haze. So we'll keep an eye on those storms. Currently, though, we have two tornado watches in effect. Northwest Kansas, the watch goes until 11 p.m. Central Time, so we have another 3 hours left to go on that watch. And then North Central Kansas, a tornado watch goes until 12 a.m. So we're going to continue to monitor the threat for some severe weather. And then Southwest Kansas as well, and into Central Kansas, possibly including haze. You could be under the gun for a severe, or for a weather watch here within the next little while as well. Whether or not that'll be a tornado watch or a severe thunderstorm watch is still uncertain at this point, but we'll be here continuing to track the latest. Keep it right here on SiriusWX.net/live coverage. We'll continue to provide you with the latest severe weather information. Just got in a hail report of baseball size in Colorado in Sherman County. Just got in a new severe thunderstorm warning for Smith County until 9. Some half-dollar size hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds going to be possible. Just got an unconfirmed report of a funnel cloud 6 miles north of Smith Center. That report came in at 8:12. It was reported as a needle funnel cloud, so a very small, weak funnel cloud. So we'll keep an eye on that storm as we have been here behind the scenes, and we will keep you up to date. But it does look like that storm is getting ready to move on up in Nebraska, so that'll be out of our area of concern here shortly. Just got under a measured 75 mile per hour wind gust 12 miles west of Goodland in Sherman County. Looking at the radar now on that Smith County storm, it looks like the area of weak rotation is now moving just north of the Kansas-Nebraska line right now. So we're about to get that storm out of our coverage area and into Nebraska. So good news for us in Kansas, but not good news for those in Nebraska. So we'll keep an eye on that carefully here. Golf ball size, that's no. Well, that says 7:20. I don't know if that's Mountain Time or Central Time. I'd say that's Mountain Time. Golf ball size hail reported on 24 west of Goodland. What? Good evening. We continue to track severe weather across far north central Kansas, and now it looks like the attention is going to shift more into western Kansas over the next several hours. Let's take a look at the radar picture up at the current time. We still have the severe thunderstorm warning on up in Smith County. Let's take a look at that right now. Let me switch on over here to the Goodland site here so we can let that load up. We'll look at all those reports with this line of storms. Let's head here to that storm that's in the far northern portions of Smith County. A severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect there until 9 p.m. Central Time. That storm continued to push off to the north and east at 30 miles per hour. Is just getting ready to move on into Nebraska. There's the Kansas-Nebraska state line again. This storm continuing to push off to the north and east right now. So we're going to continue to monitor that, but again, shades of pink and red, that's where we're looking at our greatest threat for some hail. And again, that's north of the state line now, and most of that cell north of the state line. In fact, there it is, just updated radar sweep. Most of that storm now looks like it's north of the state line, so I wouldn't be surprised in the next update on that warning if it is trimmed to not include Kansas anymore. So the severe threat with that storm is now out of our area, that's on up now into south central Nebraska. If we take a statewide view, we can see that we're tracking new development across the southwestern portions of the state. That's continuing to push eastward. We're going to continue to monitor that, as well as some new activity possibly developing ahead of that around Garden City along a retreating dry line. We're tracking storms right now. It's the northwestern portion of the state. Our radar data is loading there, but right now we're going to let that load up. But we have had multiple reports of damaging winds, 75 miles per hour, as well as some very large destructive hail. Let's come here to the Goodland area. Goodland, you're getting pounded by right now. We have a report of baseball-sized hail that came in just a few minutes ago. That was at 8:21 from the National Weather Service office in Goodland. Confirmed baseball-sized hail measured at the Weather Service office there in Goodland. So we're going to continue to monitor this line of dangerous storms right now, and we also are tracking some earlier reports of some golf ball sized hail on the western side of the town, and another report of some golf ball sized hail earlier. We're also going to be looking at some very strong winds. We had a measured 75 mile per hour wind gust earlier at 8:17, 12 miles west of Goodland, so about 10 minutes ago by a train spotter. There was also quarter-sized hail at the location. And let's see, a little bit further to the north and west, we had grain bins leveled from wind and baseball-sized hail. So this is a destructive line of storms that is continuing to push eastward here through Sherman County. That's the greatest risk for some of this, even on up there into Cheyenne County as well. We've had some reports of damaging wind gusts. Let me back out to you a little bit and show you. We had just now a report of a measured 59 mile per hour wind gust at 8:15 in St. Francis in Cheyenne County. Also a measured 67 mile per hour wind gust in Cheyenne County, 9 miles southeast of Beecher Island, and then an estimated 70 mile per hour wind gust 13 miles to the northwest of St. Francis in Cheyenne County. So this line of destructive large hail and damaging winds continues to push off to the east. Goodland, again, you're going to continue to be impacted by some very large hail. Again, you see that hole here within that storm. That's the radar site there at the National Weather Service office in Goodland. So Goodland taking a direct hit to this line of storms right now, as well as St. Francis. You're going to be getting in on some very large hail and damaging winds here within the next few moments. So do be prepared. This is a dangerous line of storms. Here's the leading line of damaging winds right now as it continues to progress eastward. So again, Bird City, you're about to be impacted. Brewster, potentially if this maintains its strength, Colby, you could be impacted as well, and possibly up there toward Atwood. So we're going to keep a close eye on this line of storms as it continues to progress off to the east. Again, this is a destructive line of storms, continue to push eastward across northwest Kansas. So again, the statewide view, there's that line of storms. That one cell across far north central Kansas is moving off into south central Nebraska. and we're watching. Let me outline that for you. We're watching the west central and southwestern portions of the state for the possibility of a new watch to be issued here within the next hour or so. But for the time being, we do have 2 tornado watches in place, one across the northwest portion of the state that goes till 11 p.m. tonight, and another across north central Kansas that goes until midnight. Both of these areas are going to have the risk for some damaging winds up to 75, I'd say, again, even 80 miles per hour possible, based on that line that's moving through northwest Kansas. Some very large hail possible as well. So we're going to continue to monitor this line as it pushes eastward and monitor southwest into west central Kansas for the possibility of a new watch here within the next little while. Keep it right here on SiriusWX.net. We'll keep you updated. Good evening. We continue to track a line of dangerous and destructive storms across northwest Kansas. We've had multiple damage reports coming out from northwest Kansas. Let's take an immediate look to this line of storms that continues to push eastward. An enhanced bow echo pushing eastward here through the eastern portions of Sherman County on up into Cheyenne County. Right now pushing into the western portions of Thomas County right now, right around Brewster. Let's get a closer look right there. Brewster, you're about to be impacted by some very strong winds up to 80 miles per hour, as well as some very large hail up to baseball size. We've had multiple reports. Here's a look at our latest reports, though. This was at 8:36. Some golf ball sized hail with estimated 70 mile per hour wind gusts and reduced visibilities due to blowing dust. That storm there across the northeastern portions of Sherman County. Again, you can see another report there, some blowing dust and an estimated 60 mile per hour wind gusts. So we're going to continue to track this line of storms. We had earlier a report of some baseball-sized hail at 8:21 at the National Weather Service office there in Goodland, and then earlier some reports of very large hail and damaging winds to 80 miles per hour as well. We just had a report here about about 20 minutes ago, 8:25 in St. Francis, a measured 75 mile per hour wind gust. So a line of storms that continues to push eastward. We just got a new severe thunderstorm warning. Let's see, for Cheyenne County until 9:45. That storm there that's impacting St. Francis and City is going to be capable of some golf ball sized hail and 70 mile per hour winds. And again, the line of storms continue to push eastward with a severe thunderstorm warning for Rollins, Thomas, Logan, and the northeastern portions of Wallace counties. That warning goes in the eastern portions of Sherman County as well. That warning goes until 9:30 with a threat for some 80 mile per hour winds and some hail to baseball size. So this line of storms that has produced damage is continuing to push eastward. Brewster, you're being impacted by this right now. Levant, you're going to be impacted here shortly, as well as Colby over toward Gem and Oakley could potentially be impacted in the Winona, Sharon Springs, and Russell Springs areas as it continues to push eastward. We'll continue to monitor this, but also areas like Atwood and Herndon could be impacted as well. So again, this line of destructive storms continuing to push eastward here across northwest Kansas. We'll continue to keep a close eye on it, but again, we have had reports of some damage due to these very strong winds and very large hail as well. Let me see here. I was reading something about the tornado watch. Doesn't look like it's been canceled at this point for any counties. Let's take a statewide view. And as we take a look at things, we're still tracking. There's that line there across northwest Kansas. The cell that we were watching earlier is now off into south central Nebraska. But again, we're going to continue to monitor this. That cell there across north central Kansas, again, pushing north of the Kansas-Nebraska line into south central Nebraska. So again, that threat is over with, but again, this line of storms continues to produce destructive, damaging winds and very large hail as it continues to push eastward toward Atwood and Colby into the Rollins, Thomas, and Logan County areas. So we'll continue to keep an eye on that storm. As it continues to push eastward, we are monitoring southwestern Kansas and west central Kansas for the possibility of a new watch here. Could be looking at more storms developing within that region over the next hour or two. We'll keep an eye there for the latest, but for the time being, we do have 2 tornado watches in place. One is across northwest Kansas. That goes until 11 p.m. Central Time. The other across north central Kansas until midnight. A few tornadoes can't quite be ruled out along the northern portion of that line in northwest Kansas, in addition to the threat for some very large hail up to 3 inches in diameter and damaging winds 75 to 80 miles per hour. So we'll continue to monitor that threat, and we'll continue to monitor west central and southwest Kansas for the possibility of a new watch to be issued here within the next couple of hours. Keep it right here on SiriusWX.net. We'll continue to keep you up to date. Good evening. We continue to track a line of storms across the northwestern portions of Kansas, and we're now tracking some severe storms across the southwestern portion of Kansas as well. Let's first take a look at this storm as line of storms is continuing to push eastward here across northwest Kansas. We had a measured 3-inch hailstone at 9 o'clock 4 miles west of Colby. That's about the size of a large apple. They're just west of Colby. Some destructive hail and some very gusty winds right now as this line of storms continues to push eastward. We could be looking at wind gusts here 60 to 70 miles per hour now, perhaps up to 80 miles per hour. It looks like the winds have sort of weakened a little bit from what they were looking at like earlier, but the damaging hail threat is still there. Further north here up into Rawlins County, we're also tracking the threat for some very large hail. Some recent reports coming in of some baseball-sized hail 11 miles north of Atwood. There's a report of some tennis ball-sized hail, and then a little bit earlier we had a report of some baseball-sized hail as well. Again, this line of storms, actually that might have been what that now into Nebraska, but this line of storms continues to progress eastward. Colby, you're being impacted right now, but as this line continues to push eastward, Oakley down toward Winona and Russell Springs, you could be impacted by the damaging winds. Menlo, Atwood, Herndon, you could be impacted by the damaging winds and hail. So this line of destructive storms continues to push eastward. We're going to keep a close eye on that. The current severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect goes until 9:30 for those counties shown. So we'll continue to keep a close eye on that line of storms as it continues to progress eastward across southwest Kansas. Let me back out there. We're tracking a new severe thunderstorm warning that has been issued. This is for southwestern Finney, Grant County, northern Haskell, southern Kearney County, and eastern Stanton County until 10. 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-size hail going to be possible with this storm as it continues to push off to the north and east at around 40 miles per hour. So Ulysses, Lakin, and Garden City could be impacted by the storm as it continues to push off to the north and east. We'll continue to track it. New severe thunderstorm watch has been issued across much of western Kansas. It does include Hays now, as well as Garden City and Dodge City. And then we have those tornado watches that are still in effect as well. That severe thunderstorm watch goes until 2 a.m. The tornado watch in effect there across northwest Kansas continues for another couple of hours until 11 p.m. Central Time. And the watch across north central Kansas is a tornado watch that goes until 12 a.m. Central Time. These primary risks in the severe thunderstorm watch area, the yellow shaded counties, are going to be some large hail to 2 inches in diameter and damaging winds to 70 miles per hour. That's going to occur on an isolated basis. The tornado watch in northwest Kansas, we're going to see a risk for some hail to 3 inches in diameter and 80-mile-per-hour winds. And then the watch across north central Kansas until midnight, we're going to continue to see the same threat that we're looking at in northwest Kansas right now. Some damaging winds to 80 miles per hour, 3-inch hail possible overnight as that line over northwest Kansas continues to progress eastward into north central Kansas. Now, let's head back to the radar picture. And the cluster of storms right now that's across southwest Kansas could interact with this activity over northwest Kansas overnight tonight, and we could eventually see one big line of storms push eastward here through central and eastern Kansas, with the main risk becoming damaging winds and heavy rainfall. So we'll keep an eye on that. So central Kansas, Salina, Wichita, areas east of I-135, you're not under a watch at this time, but that doesn't mean we're out of the woods there. We're going to continue to monitor these storms, and they could potentially again form into a line and push eastward through central and eastern Kansas tonight. That's something we'll just have to continue to keep an eye on as we continue on through the next few hours. So again, there's 3 severe thunderstorm warnings actually in place. Cheyenne County in effect here, and then the line of storms across northwest Kansas, that's a warning till 9:30, and then a small cluster of storms across southwest Kansas, that warning is in effect until 10 o'clock. Keep it right here on SiriusWX.net. We'll continue to provide you with live coverage and periodic updates as needed. Good evening. We continue to track severe storms western portions of Kansas. Let's take a look at the radar picture up to the current time. Again, we're tracking a dangerous line of storms across the northwestern portions of the state, and we're tracking a cluster of less severe storms across the southwest corner of the state. We'll start here in northwest Kansas, where we're tracking a significant line of storms continuing to push eastward. Let me take a look at the latest warning. We have a severe thunderstorm warning that was just issued here for northwestern Gove, northern Logan County, Rawlins County, Thomas County, and that goes till 10:30. A severe the line of storms continue to push eastward. The text says at 115 miles per hour. I doubt that, but the line of storms moving to the east-northeast is going to be capable of some 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts and baseball-sized hail. So again, these are very dangerous storms. They produced some damage earlier when they were in Sherman County. So again, the line of dangerous storms continues to push eastward. We're going to continue to keep an eye on things. Again, 80-mile-per-hour winds, baseball-sized hail possible with that area of storms as it continues to push eastward. We also have a severe thunderstorm warning for Gove, Decatur, southeastern Logan, and Sheridan counties until 10:15. That's the westernmost warning. 80-mile-per-hour winds and baseball-sized hail also possible with that line as it continues to push off to the east. And then we have a severe thunderstorm warning as well up towards Cheyenne County. This warning goes until 9:45. Some 70-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-size hail possible there, but it looks like that storm's beginning to move out of Cheyenne County. So let's take a closer look at this line right now, and you can see we're continuing to track some strong wind gusts. This is a report at 9:23, 2 miles east of Oakley. We had dust and dirt blowing with strong winds estimated at 80 miles per hour. We also had a report here, this was at 9:18, of some measured golf ball sized hail there 2 miles northwest of Halford, moving off, let's see here, to the east. I just got in a new severe thunderstorm warning here. Let me get the latest on that. That is for Graham and Norton counties until 10:30. That same line of storms continue to push off to the east at around 40 miles per hour. It's going to be capable of some, again, damaging winds to 80 miles per hour and baseball-sized hail. Again, this is a destructive line of storms. Hoxie and Oberlin, you're in the immediate impact zone, eventually down toward Norcatur and St. Peter, as well as the Clayton, Tasco areas, and then down over toward Hill City and Edmond, going to be impacted by this line as it continues to race eastward. So again, a significant wind damage threat, again up to 80 miles per hour, as well as a threat for baseball-sized hail. So Hill City and Norton, you are now under a severe thunderstorm warning. These storms are going to be impacting your area here within the next hour. So keep an eye on the weather. This line of storm is going to move through. Again, a very dangerous line of damaging winds and hail. It continues to push eastward. So again, you can see that stretches across 3 counties in northwest Kansas, and it is pushed eastward from the Goodland area earlier and then continues to work its way eastward. About to push through Oberlin and Hoxie, and eventually likely going to be moving through Norton and Hill City. Based on its current track, it could just miss Hays to the north. If it is, we'll continue to monitor that, but it could interact with some of this activity that's a little bit further to the south of this line and form one big line that could potentially push eastward here overnight. Let's head here to southwest Kansas, where we're also tracking a severe thunderstorm warning as well. This is a severe thunderstorm warning for northeastern Grant, southwestern Finney, northern Haskell, and southeastern Kearney counties until 10. Some 60-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-sized hail possible with that storm as it moves to the northeast at around 50 miles per hour. That warning does include Garden City, so keep an eye there. Southwestern Finney County, Garden City, southeast of Lakin, for the possibility of some quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. We do have a severe thunderstorm watch across much of western Kansas. It does include Hays, Garden City, Dodge City, Liberal, down toward Protection, and as far east as Pratt and Russell. This line of storms that we're tracking here across northwest Kansas is going to continue to push eastward across the tornado watch area and the far northern portions of this severe thunderstorm watch area, and we could ultimately see that line of storms across northwest Kansas combine with the cluster storms we have across southwest Kansas and push eastward through much of the overnight hours, posing a risk for damaging winds through much of central and eastern Kansas. We'll continue to monitor that. That's still a few hours away, but for the time being, a tornado watch in northwest Kansas until 11 p.m., and then a tornado watch in north central Kansas until midnight. And actually, the tornado watch was canceled for Cloud and Republic counties, including the city of Concordia. So Cloud and Republic counties are no longer under the tornado watch. We'll fix that on the map here and once we take a break here. So northwest Kansas, tornado watch till 11. North central Kansas, tornado watch till 12. The risk there for an isolated tornado, but looks like most certainly some damaging winds to 80 miles per hour, 3-inch hail possible, and then that same threat there across the watch across north central Kansas. That's until midnight. The main risk across the severe thunderstorm watch area for the yellow shaded counties is going to be some large hail to 2 inches in diameter, winds 70 miles per hour, so that does include haze. So we'll keep an eye on this line of storms as it continues to push eastward. Again, haze and much of western Kansas under a severe thunderstorm watch until 2 a.m. Central Time. Keep it right here on SiriusWX.net. We'll continue to provide you with the latest live coverage. Good evening. We continue to track severe weather across the western portions of the state this evening. Let's put the radar up to the current time, and you can see we're tracking a line of storms across northwest Kansas and another little cluster across southwest Kansas. You can see some activity developing here in between those two areas. This is likely the beginning of what is likely going to be a line that's a long line that's going to form all the way from southwest through northwest Kansas and push eastward through the overnight hours, potentially in central and as far east as eastern Kansas. We'll keep an eye on it. Let's head here first to northwest Kansas, where we continue to track a strong line of storms continuing to push eastward. The risk exists here for some damaging winds up to 80 miles per hour, as well as some baseball-sized hail. We haven't had any reports recently, but over the past few hours, we had several reports of some very large hail around Colby, earlier toward Goodland, and a swath of damaging winds of 60 to 80 miles per hour as this area continued to push eastward, and that even extended on up there toward Rollins County. 9-mile-per-hour wind gusts just north of Atwood. But as we take a look at the radar up to the current time, the line of damaging winds extends from just northwest of Gove City to east of Hoxie, west of Lenora, and well west of Norton. All this is continuing to push off to the east, so Norton and Hill City, you're about to be impacted by this line as it continues to progress off to the east. Now, if you're in the Hayes area and wondering what's going on, based on this right now, the severe threat would go just off to your north, but as we're starting to see some more of this activity develop around Scott City and Dighton, that could strengthen and intensify. And as I said, as this line becomes one big area, we could begin to see a swath of damaging winds here across much of western Kansas, so that could potentially impact Hayes. We'll keep an eye on you. Let's head here to southwest Kansas, where we're tracking another severe thunderstorm warning. Let me get the latest on it. This is a severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect for the southwestern portions of Finney and the northern portions of Haskell County until 10:30. Some 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-size hail possible with this storm as it continues to push off to the north and east. So Garden City, you're being impacted by the storm and could eventually impact Calvesta and Cimarron. So we'll keep an eye on that storm. Again, quarter-size hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds, so not nearly as severe. Still could cause some damage, but not nearly as severe as this line that we're tracking across northwest Kansas. Now, as we take a statewide view, again, you can see both of these clusters beginning to merge. And again, as I mentioned, we could begin to see one big line form across central and across western Kansas, moving into central Kansas. However, the greatest risk for some enhanced damaging wind gusts is going to remain here over the short term for across north central Kansas as this line continues to progress eastward. We currently have a severe thunderstorm watch in place across much of western Kansas, including Hayes, as well as Garden City and Dodge City. That extends as far east as Pratt over towards Stafford County and down toward Protection. We're going to, again, continue to monitor this line as it progresses eastward. Now, northwest Kansas, you're under a tornado watch that goes till 11. The tornado threat is really low now to this point. The risk is going to really transition now to a enhanced damaging wind potential, as we were talking about earlier today, and that could continue to push eastward, especially there across northern Kansas. We also have a tornado watch in effect for north central Kansas. That goes in effect until 12 a.m. Let's see, Republic and Cloud counties, you're there on the map, but you are no longer included within this tornado watch. But again, I wouldn't be surprised to see more watches issued later on tonight across central and perhaps as far east as eastern Kansas. So we'll continue to keep an eye on things right here. We'll continue with live streaming radar right here on SiriusWX.net. You can get our live blog feed below. Also follow us on Facebook for the latest severe weather coverage, facebook.com/SiriusWeather, and on Twitter at SiriusWX. Keep it right here. I'm lead forecaster Peyton Sanders. We'll continue to keep you updated on the latest severe weather situation. Good evening. Sorry for the delay. I'm the only one here posting tonight. So let's go ahead and take a look at the radar picture at the current time. We have a tornado warning here across the southeastern portions of Norton County right now. We're tracking some rotation here southwest of Prairie View. And as we take a look at this, we have our radar site in Goodland. We have the green colors going in toward the radar, our red colors going outbound away from the radar, and that is where
tornado warning.
That is where we're looking at the most likely location of this possible tornado right now. Just got in a new tornado warning for Phillips County right now, so give me a moment and we will we'll get the latest information. So again, a new tornado warning there just issued for Phillips County. That has been issued here. This goes until 10:45, and then a tornado warning as well across the east central portions of Norton County. That goes until 11. We're going to be looking at the potential for some very large hail as well, up to softball size with this storm. So this is an extremely dangerous storm, even with just the hail threat alone, as it continues to push off to the north and east at 30 miles per hour. Allow me to put a storm track on this for you, and I'll push it to the northeast at around 30 miles per hour, and this will give us an idea of what locations are going to be impacted by the storm. So again, give me a moment here. Track it off to the northeast at around 30 miles per hour, and again, let's go ahead and get our locations. Phillipsburg, you are included within this tornado warning, as well as Prairie View. Let me get the timings on here for you. This tornado is going to be near Prairie View by 10:33, so in about 10 to 15 minutes, and near Stuttgart by 10:42. Phillipsburg, again, you are included within this tornado warning. Again, we do not have a confirmed tornado on the ground at this point, but that rotation signature is catching our eye there just a few miles to the southwest of Prairie View, pushing off to the north and east. Again, please don't go out and try and see this tornado. It's nighttime, and if this is on the ground, it's likely going to be rain wrapped. So again, this is Doppler radar indicated, but it's hard to confirm these tornadoes at night. So that is why we are seeing this tornado warning based on radar, most likely, because it's just going to be so hard to see, and it may potentially be wrapped in rain. So again, the eastern portions of Norton County under a tornado warning. That goes until 11, and then Phillips County, including the town of Phillipsburg and Prairie View, you're under a tornado warning. That goes until 10:45. So again, tornado going to be near Prairie View by 10:33, Stuttgart by 10:42. Again, we do not have confirmed reports of this tornado on the ground at this point. This is Doppler radar indicated, but it does continue to push off to the north and east, and we're going to keep a close eye on it. So again, Phillipsburg, you are included within this warning. You need to be heading to your tornado shelters, as well as Prairie View and Stuttgart. Again, the safest place to be during a tornado is going to be the basement, the lowest level of your home as possible. So the basement's going to be the first place to go. If you don't have a basement, then you need to be getting into the lowest level of your home as possible, away from windows. If you have a storm cellar, run outside and get to that right now. But again, we're going to continue to track this. Our radar beam is about 10,000 feet above the ground there. Let me see if the Hastings radar site is a little bit closer to this storm, and it is. It may provide a little bit better of a view on this right now. So let me allow that to switch on over to the Hastings radar, and we'll give a brief update on the rest of the state. Right now we're tracking this line of storms. It was one cluster across northwest Kansas and one across southwest Kansas, but as expected, it has now formed into one big line that is pushing eastward through western Kansas right now. Again, you can see severe thunderstorm warnings down toward the Garden City area, just west of Dodge City. The main risk there going to be some large hail and damaging winds. And then we have severe thunderstorm warnings along the northern portion of this line right now for the rest for the risk for some significant damaging wind gusts as well as some very large hail. The main risk right now that we're watching is these tornado warnings. Again, the eastern portions of Norton County and Phillips County, including Phillipsburg and Prairie View, you're under a tornado warning. The one here across the eastern portions of Norton County goes until, 11 o'clock, and then the one over Phillips County goes until, Phillips County goes until 10:45. Norton County goes until 11. So again, this is the area of rotation that we're looking at on radar. Our radar site, now we're looking at it on up in Hastings. So green is going to be, green color is going to be toward the radar. Red color is going to be away from the radar, and that's where we get that counterclockwise circulation and the area of the most likely location of that tornado, if it is on the ground there, going to be in that circled area, a few miles to the southwest of Prairie View, several miles west of Phillipsburg. In fact, there's the radar update coming in there. Let's go ahead and let me erase that, and we'll get a new look at this right now. Again, that's updated as well. So the most likely area of rotation now, or the rotation, the most likely area of the tornado is going to be just a few miles to the south of Prairie View, a few miles to the west of Phillipsburg. It is continuing to push off to the north and east, so it is going to be a close call for those of you in Phillipsburg as well as Prairie View. You need to be taking your tornado precautions at this time. This is a dangerous situation. We do not have a confirmed tornado on the ground at this time, but we do have some very large hail that could be going along with the storm as well, golf ball size or larger. So again, you need to be heading to your tornado shelters. Prairie View, Phillipsburg, and Logan in Phillips County all need to be taking your tornado precautions at this time. If we put a storm track on this for you, let me get the latest here as to how fast is this tracking the northeast. It's moving to the northeast at around 45 miles. Back out the view a little bit to get a little bit more some room to put this storm track on it. So let's move it off to the northeast around 45 miles per hour, and we can get our areas that are going to be impacted by this tornado here. Alright, so here's our updated track on this. The most likely area of this tornado, I'm going to circle it on there for you. It continues to track off to the north and east. That's going to be near Stuttgart in about 3 minutes at 10:28. Phillipsburg here in about 10 to 15 minutes at 10:37. The Gretna area by 10:45. So again, this is a Doppler radar indicated tornado warning. You can see that little notch right in there just to the south of Prairie View and west of Phillipsburg, continuing to push off to the east. We don't have a confirmed report on the ground at this point, but that's likely because it's nighttime and this is going to be hard to see as it continues to push off to the north and east. So again, the circled area on there is the most likely location of that possible tornado as it continues to track off to the north and east. It's going to be a close call for Phillipsburg and Prairie View right now. We're going to continue to monitor this. But if you are in Phillips County, you need to be taking your tornado precautions. I think let me look at velocities before I say that. Looks like the greater tornado risk now is going to be just east of Norton County. So for those of you in the eastern portions of Norton County, I think the tornado risk is now moving more off into Phillips County. Let's see here. No update on that from the Weather Service at this point, and should be getting a new radar sweep here soon. But again, tornado warning does continue there for Phillips County until that goes until, let's see, 10:45. Again, we do not have a confirmed report of a tornado on the ground at this point, but we're going to continue to monitor it. There's an update on this tornado warning now. It does remain in effect there for northwestern Phillips County until 10:45. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located 7 miles to the southeast of Prairie View or 7 miles west of Phillipsburg, moving to the east at 55 miles per hour. Golf ball size hail also going to be possible. So let's go ahead and put a new track on this here. They're putting that more in an east-northeasterly direction now, and we don't have a new radar update, so we will await that. But they're now tracking it off to the northeast. It looks like at around 55 miles per hour. Their program's saying more east, but as I put this into motion, let's see what's happening. And that could be a little bit more of an east-northeasterly movement now toward Phillipsburg. So if you are in Phillipsburg, I know we have a few followers there. Be sure and head down to your tornado shelters at this point. This is going to be the most likely location of that possible tornado. And let me, I can put a marker here and put how many miles it is. It's about 9 miles to the west of Phillipsburg, and this radar sweep's a few minutes old, so it's probably now more like 7 miles to the west of Phillipsburg. Again, it's going to be a close call for those of you in Phillipsburg, so again, you need to be in your tornado shelters in Phillipsburg and Prairie View. Again, the safest place to be during a tornado is the basement. If no basement is available, you need to get to the lowest level of your home as possible, away from windows. If you have a storm cellar, go out there. If you don't have a basement or a storm cellar, lowest level of your home, in the center of your home, away from windows. The goal is to put as many walls between you and the exterior as possible. So that's why a bathroom or closet is going to be the best place to go. Cover yourself with blankets and pillows. Wear your shoes to your shelter in case this is in case this tornado does cause damage. But let me look here. I can look here at some of our dual pole products and see it's sort of noisy within this region, so it's hard to tell if we're not getting any sort of debris signature because we're in sort of a bad area on the radar here. But again, this radar sweep's here about 7 minutes old. Let me look behind the scenes on our secondary source and see if I can get an updated look at this. This is a little bit more updated here on my source behind the scenes. And as I'm looking at this source behind the scenes now, it's putting it a little bit, just a few miles to Phillipsburg by about 4 miles. In fact, there it is, just showing up for you there. So let's get this updated on here and we can get an updated storm track on it. It's continuing to push off to the north and east at around 55 miles per hour. It's going to be a very close call for Phillipsburg. Again, this is only 2 to 4 miles to the west of Phillipsburg. So again, if you're in Phillipsburg, you need to be in your tornado shelters at this point in time. This is going to be the most likely location of that possible tornado as it continues to track off to the north and east. Let me back out the view so I can get our storm track on here. Again, the Weather Service in Hastings saying this is moving off to the north and east at around 55 miles per hour. So let's get a storm track on this here, and I'm going to have to move that more that way and we'll allow our locations to load up here. But again, Phillipsburg, you're in the immediate impact zone. This tornado is very close to you right now. You have about 5 minutes until it could potentially be impacting your location. Later over toward Gretna by 10:42 and Agra by 10:47. So if you are in those locations, the first 3 on the list, you need to be in your tornado shelters right now. Again, this is a tornado warning that does continue for Phillips County until 10:45. We have not had any confirmed report by any spotters of a confirmed tornado at this point, but again, that's likely going to be because it's nighttime. This tornado is going to be hard to see, so don't go out and try and see it for yourself. There's good enough of a rotational signature on radar that you should be concerned. So you need to be taking your tornado shelters. Again, tornado warning here for the red outlined area that goes until 10:45, so about another 15 minutes. Again, you can see our box there with the times that this possible tornado would be impacting you. The tornado warning was trimmed, so it no longer includes Norton County, so there's no longer a tornado threat in the eastern portions of Norton County. But if you are in Phillips County, central Phillips County, you do need to remain in your tornado shelters at this point. We're keeping a close eye on this storm as it continues to push off to the north and east, and we're just going to keep an eye on things here again through the western or the central portions of Phillips County, just to the west of Phillipsburg. So I'm sticking with this storm right now because I know we do have quite a few followers there from Phillipsburg that are tuning in, getting the latest information. If you are elsewhere in the state, there is no immediate tornado threat. If there's a storm moving through your location, there's no immediate tornado threat. just more of a risk for some large hail and damaging winds. I'll take a brief look here at the statewide radar picture. You can see you have a line of severe thunderstorm warnings stretching from this tornado warning southward. Let's see if haze is included. Haze is now included within a severe thunderstorm warning as well. This line of storms continue to push eastward, could be producing some damaging winds and some large hail, but no immediate tornado threat with any other portion of that line. We'll continue to keep a close eye on it. Let's head back to the tornado warned storm now here. That is just west of Phillipsburg, just a few miles. I'm looking at things here behind the scenes. I have a little bit more of an updated radar picture, and the most likely location of that possible tornado is just 3 to 4 miles to the west-northwest of Phillipsburg. So you need to be in your tornado shelters right now, Phillipsburg, as well as the central portions of Phillips County. Prairie View, I would remain in your shelters at this point. There may be another little something trying to spin up a little bit farther to the north and west toward your location here. We'll keep an eye on that, but currently that's not the strongest area of rotation that we have. The one that we do have is just to the west of Phillipsburg. In fact, a new radar sweep coming in on my radar here behind the scenes, and the rotation is sort of broadened out now, but if I were to have to pinpoint it, it would be just now. We'll see if we can get this radar sweep to show up here in our on-air program here soon, but if I were to put it on here, I'll draw it on here for you right now. On our radar source that I'm looking at behind the scenes, the most likely location would be somewhere within this region. On my updated picture here behind the scenes, that circled area is going to be where we're going to be looking at it. So Phillipsburg, this could be impacting you right now. Hopefully it just remains a few miles to your northwest, and again, we haven't had a confirmed report on the ground at this point, but again, that's likely because it's nighttime, it's dark, it's going to be hard to see. So again, we do continue with this tornado warning though for Phillips County. That goes until 10:45. Again, we have not had any confirmed reports, but the Weather Service in Hastings continue to monitor that area of rotation there. Again, this picture that you're seeing on your screen is a little bit old. I'm looking at a secondary source behind the scenes, and the area where I have circled is going to be the most likely location of that possible tornado as it continues to track off to the east. And there it is, just now popping up on your screen. But you can see it's not clearly as defined, but if I had to paint a picture on exactly where it would be somewhere around or just north of Phillipsburg. And again, we can't quite rule out something else trying to go up here east of Prairie View now. So we'll keep an eye on things carefully as this continues to push off to the east. The tornado warning does remain in effect again until 10:45, so about another 10 minutes left to go on that. Let's get a new storm track on this storm for you, and we'll track it off to the north and east at around 55 miles per hour, and I'm actually going to update it based on just a brand new, well actually this is the same one that we're looking at here on screen now, so I'll track it off to the north and east at around 55 miles per hour, and as we do that, we'll update our storm track and get the latest locations on there for you. But again, this track is this possible tornado now just, it looks like now based on the latest radar sweep, just, let's see, I can look behind the scenes here, just 2 to 3 miles to the northeast of Phillipsburg. So hopefully this threat will miss out on Phillipsburg, but definitely if you're in Phillipsburg, remain in your tornado shelters. This possible tornado now could be impacting Agra by around 10:46. I don't know if you're actually included within the tornado warning at this point. I'm not exactly sure. There's Agra right there. Yeah, Agra, you're not actually included within the tornado warning. I think that threat could move just to the north of you. So at this point, areas just north of Phillipsburg through central Phillips County should be concerned. You need to be in your tornado shelters, and then potentially, if this does continue, we'll await the next radar sweep. Could be impacting the northeastern portions of Phillips County, and we'll see if the Weather Service will do anything in terms of a new tornado warning here soon. But at this point, we do continue with the tornado warning across the central portions of Phillips County and the western portions of Phillips County until 10:45. So again, about another 10 minutes left to go on it. So again, we're going to be monitoring that. Let's see here behind the scenes, not seeing any reports of tornadoes. Let me back out here and let's take a look here across the state real quick, and Again, there's that tornado warning that we're tracking up there in Phillips County. We also have this long line of storms now stretching from north central Kansas down into west central and southwest Kansas. Line of storms moved through Garden City, now about to move through Dodge City and Hayes, on up toward Plainville and Phillipsburg. These could be producing a lot of some damaging winds and hail, but again, immediately we're continuing to focus on this storm across Phillips County, as we do have this tornado warning continuing here until 10:45. As we take a look at the radar picture again, it's going to be areas along and just north of US 36 is where we're looking at the greatest concern for a possible tornado. Again, especially there just to the 2 to 3 miles to the northeast of Phillipsburg, and perhaps another little area there east of Prairie View. So we're awaiting an updated radar sweep. I'm not getting one just yet on my behind-the-scenes source or on the source that you see on your screen. So we will await that. But again, tornado warning does continue there about for another 6 to 7 minutes. We also have severe thunderstorm warnings in effect across the county, mainly for risk of some damaging winds and some large hail right now. Just getting an updated radar sweep behind the scenes on my secondary radar source. Let me see. We may have a little bit more defined areas. Let me look. Yeah, we could see a little bit more defined areas right now. In fact, 2 possibly more defined areas as we, let me get the distance on them. We'll wait for that. This will be popping up here in your on-screen radar here momentarily. Looks like one here on my behind-the-scenes source, just about 4.5 miles to the north-northwest of Phillipsburg, and then another one to the north and east of Phillipsburg by about 8 miles. So that'll be showing up there for you momentarily. All right, we're getting a damage report now here. Yes, this is in Phillipsburg, just east-northeast of Phillipsburg in Phillips County at 10:33. The 911 call center. There was a report of windows knocked out of a vehicle. There's more than just the Phillips County storm on that, so that may be a delayed report just going through the weather wire. But again, we're going to continue to monitor this. The tornado warning does go on for another 6 minutes. So Prairie View and Phillipsburg, even back toward Prairie View, I would recommend that you remain in your tornado shelters at this point, just because we're still seeing the possibility of a spin up here. With a new severe thunderstorm warning for Phillips and Smith counties until 11:30 now. No word yet on what they're going to do with this tornado warning. So for the time being, Phillipsburg and Prairie View, just stay hunkered down for another few minutes. The tornado warning may be allowed to expire here in about 5 minutes. So we'll keep an eye on things. But at this point, remain in your tornado shelters, Phillipsburg and Prairie View, central and western portions of Phillips County, as the storm continues to pass through your area. We'll continue to keep a close eye on it. And let's back out the view, and you can sort of see the new severe thunderstorm warning that was issued, mainly for damaging outflow winds and some hail. So keep an eye on that. While we have some time here and people tuning in, I'm going to make a rundown of these storms that we're tracking here along this line. So let's go ahead and start out. We'll start out from the north and head southward along this line. Let's start out here. Let's actually start out around the southern end of this line right now. We're tracking a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings, one down toward the Dodge City area. We'll start out with the southernmost warning right now. This is a severe thunderstorm warning for southwestern Ford. Let's see, southern Gray, southern Haskell, and northern Meade counties until 11. We could see some golf ball size hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds possible with that area of the line of storms that continues to track eastward. Sublette, Copeland, Montezuma, and Ensign. You could be impacted by this storm, or you will be impacted as it continues to push off to the east. We also have a severe thunderstorm warning for east central Finney, as well as Ford County and northeastern Gray County, as well as Hodgman County till 11:30. This area of storms along the line pushing east at 45 miles per hour with some 70-mile-per-hour winds and golf ball size hail possible. That's going to be impacting areas like Calvesta, Cimarron, Dodge City, Jetmore, and perhaps down toward the Buckland area. Severe thunderstorm warning. Let's head further north. This one does include haze. We have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for western Ellis, as well as Lane and Ness counties, the western portions of Rush County, and Trego County in west central Kansas. This goes until 11:30. Line of storms pushing east with a threat for mainly some damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour. Possibly some nickel-sized hail as well. Again, that warning does include the Hays area as well as Ellis, Waukene, down toward Ransom. We'll continue to track that as it gets ready to move through the Hays area. Severe thunderstorms a bit further north. I do want to mention real quick that the tornado warning has been allowed to expire for Phillips County, so there is no longer a tornado threat there in Phillips County. So if you're taking your tornado precautions there in Phillipsburg and areas further to the west of Phillipsburg in Phillips County, you have the all clear now. The National Weather Service is allowing the tornado warning to expire, so no longer a threat for a tornado there in Phillips County. Let's continue here and we'll give you an update. We have a severe thunderstorm warning just southeast of Hill City. That's for the southeastern portions of Graham County until 11, mainly a wind and hail threat getting ready to move out of the county. Further east of that, this warning includes Plainville. It's for southern Phillips and Rooks counties until 11:15. A very dangerous portion of this line is moving east. 80-mile-per-hour winds possible, as well as some golf ball sized hail. And then we're also tracking a severe storm through Phillipsburg right now. Again, earlier had a tornado warning on it. No longer does no longer under a tornado warning, though. Northern portions of Phillips County, including Phillipsburg, and the northern portions of Smith County under a severe thunderstorm warning till 11:30. Some golf ball-sized hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds possible with that line as it continues to track off to the east. So as we take a statewide view, we can put this into motion, and again, we'll let those frames load up there for you, but again, we saw this cluster of storms through northwest Kansas push eastward and combine with a little cluster that we saw develop across southwest Kansas. This was expected, and you may have heard us talking about it if you were tuning in earlier. As we continue on through the overnight hours, this line of storms is likely going to persist and make its way potentially all the way to the Kansas-Missouri line. So while you're not, for those of you in central and eastern Kansas, Salina, Wichita, Emporia, Topeka, Kansas City, areas like that, although you're not under any watches at this point, I wouldn't be surprised to see watches issued here within the next couple of hours max across central Kansas and then perhaps eastern Kansas as well. The main risk overnight is going to be more of some damaging winds and very heavy rainfall, as well as the threat for some isolated areas of large hail within the stronger cores of the line. And again, maybe a spin-up tornado, especially across the northern portion of this line. So for the time being right now, we do have a severe thunderstorm watch that is in effect for the county shaded in yellow. That goes until 2 a.m. Hays, Garden City, Dodge City, Liberal, down toward Protection. You're included within this. Northwest Kansas, tornado watch goes till 11. That expires here in about 15 minutes. And then we have the tornado watch across north central Kansas till midnight. That no longer includes Republic and Cloud counties. Again, I was working on getting that map updated, but then we had this tornado warning, so we went into continuous coverage. So we're working on that, and again, we'll likely see more watches issued here within the next couple of hours for central Kansas, including Salina and Wichita, and then perhaps as far east as the Kansas-Missouri line, as these storms will continue to track eastward, probably not going to let up in intensity as they continue to push eastward through central and eastern Kansas. So keep it right here. We're going to continue to keep you updated all through the night tonight. You can keep it right here for continuous live streaming radar, and if we have, we'll continue with periodic updates. If there are any tornado warnings, we will do continuous coverage as we just have. Again, so you can get the latest live streaming radar. Again, we can't post, a whole lot on Facebook because our algorithm deal, as you've heard, it's just a mess. You may not get all the updates on Facebook, so this is the page to be, SiriusWX.net/live coverage. We'll have live streaming radar, live updates. You can get every single update from us here all on this page. We also have our new live blog feed below that will have all of our posts from Facebook and Twitter coming here. So this is your one-stop place for all of our severe weather coverage. So keep it here. We'll continue to track the threat through the overnight hours. Send us your storm shots if you have any to our Facebook page at facebook.com/SiriusWeather. You can search Cirrus Weather on Facebook. Give us a like and send us your storm shots if you have any, and you can also send those to us on Twitter at CirrusWX. So keep it right here. We'll continue to keep you updated through the overnight hours as this severe weather threat continues. Good evening. We continue to track a line of storms pushing eastward from western Kansas and getting ready to push into central Kansas right now. Let's put the radar picture here up at the current time. This is the loop over the past 4 hours. Let's put it up at the current time right now. You can see we have a long line of severe storms stretching all the way from Garden City from southwest of Dodge City on up toward Hayes and up toward the Phillipsburg areas. Let's take a look here. We'll start out across the southern portions of this line right now as we will work our way here through all the latest warnings. Let's start out here with the southernmost warning here across the southern end of this line. This is a severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect here. Let me get the source pulled up. This is a severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect here for northwestern Clark County, southern Ford, southwestern Gray, southern Haskell, and northern Meade counties, as well as northeastern Seward counties until midnight. This line of storms continue to move off to the east at 25 miles per hour. It's going to be capable of some 70 mile per hour winds and some half-dollar sized hail. Further north up toward Dodge City, we're tracking another severe thunderstorm warning along this line of storms. This is for the Ford County area as well as central Finney, northeastern Gray, and Hodgman counties until 11:30. This line of storms pushing east at 55 miles per hour, going to be capable of some golf ball sized hail and 70 mile per hour winds. We just got in a new severe thunderstorm warning. This is for quite a few counties. This is for Edwards, Ford, eastern Hodgman, northern Kiowa, Pawnee, western Pratt, and western Stafford counties until midnight. Line of storm is moving to the east at 55 miles per hour, going to be capable of some 70 mile per hour winds and some half-dollar sized hail. Again, you can see there's that new warning there for you. Includes Greensburg, Kinsley, and Larned. So this line of storms continues to push eastward with a threat for some significant damaging wind gusts, 70 miles per hour, as well as the threat for some hail to half-dollar size. So again, Dodge City, you're likely getting in on this right now, as well as Spearville. Areas further east down toward Kinsley, Greensburg, and Larned. Do be prepared. This could be impacting you within the next 45 minutes or so. Let's head further north along this line. A severe thunderstorm warning that does include the Hayes area. Let's get the latest on that. That is a severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 11:30 for western Ellis, eastern Nest, western Rush, and eastern Trago counties until 11:30. This line moving east at 45 miles per hour, going to be capable of some 60 mile per hour winds and some quarter-size hail. So the good news, not quite as severe as areas further south. And then we're heading further north here into north central Kansas, a severe thunderstorm warning. The southeastern portions of Phillips County, Smith County, eastern Rooks County, and Osborne County till 11:30. Golf ball sized hail, 60 mile per hour winds possible at that portion of the line as it continues to progress off to the east. Take a look at the line as a whole, and you can see it continues to progress off to the east. We just got in a report of an estimated 80 mile per hour wind gusts 12 miles north of Dodge City, and we could now be looking at some 90 mile per hour winds possible with the portion of the line in Phillips and Smith counties. So dangerous line continuing to track eastward. We are monitoring central Kansas, including Wichita, as well as Hutchinson and Salina, for the likelihood of a new watch to be issued here soon. This is the outlined area that the Storm Prediction Center is monitoring. So central Kansas, probably including portions of eastern Kansas as well, under the gun for the possibility, or not for the possibility, there is likely going to be a new severe thunderstorm watch issued here within, I'd say, the next hour or less. That would likely include Wichita as well as Salina. So we're going to continue to track this dangerous line of storms as it continues to push eastward through the overnight hours. So be sure you have a way to get the latest warnings through the overnight hours. The best way is going to be to have a battery-powered NOAA weather radio in case the power goes out. You'll see what the latest warnings if it is a battery-powered radio. Also, you can sign up for text alerts. All of your local TV stations likely going to have text alerts to sign up for. Put your ringer on and get warnings through the overnight hours. The good news is that it's looking like as these storms are beginning to line out, the main risk is going to become some damaging winds as well as some large hail. I don't think these storms are going to let up for a while. This line of damaging winds could progress as far east as the Missouri border through the overnight hours. So we're in for several more hours of severe weather. Again, it's just moving through Hays right now. It'll be moving through Wichita in the next couple of hours. We're going to continue to monitor this line. I'll continue to look at the latest data behind the scenes to kind of get a little bit better of some timings of when these will be moving through some of our bigger locations. So again, this continue to push off to the east. The line of storms, are going to continue to keep an eye on it. The tornado watch across northwest Kansas has expired, so northwest Kansas no longer a tornado watch. That expired at 11 o'clock. The severe thunderstorm watch has been trimmed just a bit across portions of west central Kansas. You can see that for yourself there on that yellow outlined area. We still do have a tornado watch in north central portions of the state for Phillips, Rooks, Smith, Osborne, Jewell, and Mitchell counties. That goes till midnight. And again, we're watching central and eastern Kansas for the likelihood of a new watch that will be issued here, I'd say within the next hour or less. And then we do continue with the current severe thunderstorm watch for the yellow outlined area across much of western Kansas. That goes until 2 a.m. Central Time. So several more hours of severe weather for central and eastern Kansas. You can keep it right here on our website, SiriusWX.net/live coverage for the latest severe weather updates, live streaming radar through the overnight hours, and updates just like this one. You can also follow us here on, or you can also follow us on Facebook, facebook.com/SiriusWeather, and on Twitter @SiriusWX for the latest live coverage. You can also get all of our updates. Every single update that we put out on Facebook and Twitter is going to be showing up for you just below this video. If you're watching on our website, showing up just below this video, live blog feed, live updates, every update from us in real time. As soon as we hit the publish button, it's there. So we're going to continue to do that through the overnight hours, and be sure and keep it with us here for the latest. Again, your source for live streaming radar is going to be this right here, this video coverage. Again, we can't update the radar for every single warning, so this is going to be your place to be if you want real-time storm coverage. And then of course we'll provide the latest storm reports as well here, and then as well as on our blog below. So be sure and keep it with us. Multiple ways to stay informed through the overnight hours. Keep it right here on SiriusWX.net. We'll continue to keep you updated on the latest severe weather situation. Good evening. We continue to track a line of storms that is pushing eastward through central into southwestern Kansas right now. Let's take a look at the latest here. A long line of storms stretching pretty much from the northern border of Kansas down to the southern border of Kansas. So a long line of storms pushing eastward, and it's going to continue to do so here through the next several hours. Let's go ahead and take a look at the latest severe thunderstorm warnings that we do have. We'll start out here on the southern portion of the line right now. Let me see. I should be able to put storm reports on here. Yeah. Okay. So let's take a look here at the latest warnings that we do have. Let's come here to the southern portion of this line. We'll work our way south to north, taking a look at every one of these warnings. We have a severe thunderstorm warning, the southernmost portion of this line. It is in effect for northwestern Clark, southern Ford, southern Gray, southern Haskell, northern Meade, and northeastern Seward counties until midnight. This line of storms pushing to the east is going to be capable of some 70-mile-per-hour winds and some hail as it continues to push eastward a little bit. We had a report here in Montezuma. Let's see, what time is it now? 4:29. So 3:55. That was 10:55 in Montezuma. Gray County emergency manager estimated a 65-mile-per-hour wind gust, and we had a quarter-size hail report at 11:03. That was in Copeland, Kansas, in Gray County. So this portion of the line again continues to push eastward. Montezuma, Fowler, Mineola, and Plains all going to be impacted by that. Let's back out here just a little bit and get this into the picture there for you. Another severe thunderstorm warning here a little bit further north. Edwards, Ford, eastern Hodgman, northern Kiowa, Pawnee, western Pratt, and western Stafford counties. You're under a severe thunderstorm warning until midnight. Line of storms moving eastward with a risk for some 70-mile-per-hour winds and some half-dollar sized hail. So Kinsley, Greensburg, Larned, all going to be impacted as that line moves eastward. We're tracking the line of storms actually moving through Hays right now. We had a measured 58-mile-per-hour wind gust measured by the automated surface observation station there in Hays at the airport. So again, confirmed winds that are at severe limits, continuing to push eastward right now, moving through Hays as we speak. So Hays, you're getting in again on some gusty winds right now up to 58 miles per hour. Continue to push eastward. That could be impacting Russell and Great Bend here within the next little while, where there's a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Barton, western Lincoln, and Russell counties till 12:15. Potential going to exist for some 60 to 70 mile per hour winds and some quarter-size hail as that storm moves eastward. And the severe thunderstorm warning for eastern Ellis, northwestern Pawnee, and Rush County continues until midnight. Storms moving east at 50 miles per hour, some 70-mile-per-hour winds, and some hail of penny size possible. Let's head here a little bit further north along the line into the far northern portions of north central Kansas. This is where we have a severe thunderstorm warning that's in effect until 12 a.m. We're going to be looking at this for Mitchell, eastern Smith, Jewell, and northeastern Osborne counties. Again, that is in effect until midnight. Line of storms moving eastward, capable of some very strong winds, 90 miles per hour, and as well as some hail up to golf ball size. So an enhanced risk for damaging winds there. Mankato and Beloit, do be prepared for that, a significant wind threat there. As we take a look at the regional view of the radar, let me take our storm reports off. You can see the line of storm stretches from southwest through central Kansas and on up to central Nebraska, northwestern Iowa. We're going to continue to see these storms track eastward as we put them into motion. Again, you can see this line is continuing to progress eastward. It's picking up in its speed, and it's likely going to remain at its current strength and could even become even stronger as it pushes farther east, where we're looking at even greater low-level winds and moisture. So yeah, this could be a long-lived event here as it continues to push eastward here through central and eastern Kansas. So that's what we're going to continue to monitor, and we're watching central Kansas for the likelihood, in fact, just coming up, just now issued, a severe thunderstorm watch. Butler, Chase, Chautauqua, Cowley, Elk, Ellsworth, Greenwood, Harper, Harvey, Kingman, Lincoln, McPherson, Marion, Reno, Rice, Saline, Sedgwick, and Sumner counties under a severe thunderstorm watch until 5 a.m. Central Time. So a new severe thunderstorm watch just being issued there, and I was just reading up behind the scenes from the Storm Prediction Center. The area outlined in red up here, north central Kansas, central and eastern Nebraska, under a tornado watch till midnight. So another half hour left to go. There's going to be a new watch likely issued here soon, including portions of north central and northeast Kansas. So I'm probably going to be spending a lot of time here over the next half hour updating our watch map. So I'll try and do some updates here as well, but keep it here. I'll be doing updates still. Again, I'm not stopping at this point, but I'll just be busy there updating that watch map there for the new watches that have come out. So again, new watch in effect for central Kansas. The yellow outlined area here across western Kansas remains under a severe thunderstorm watch until 2 a.m. So again, new severe thunderstorm watch. Central Kansas includes Wichita and Salina. We'll likely see another watch coming out here shortly for north central and northeast Kansas as well. Keep it right here on SiriusWX.net. We'll continue to keep you up to date. Good evening. We are tracking a line of severe storms from north central Kansas all the way southwestward into southwest Kansas. This line now extends all the way from the Kansas-Nebraska state line southwestward to the Kansas-Oklahoma state line. So a long line of damaging winds that is continuing to track off to the east. Let's look at things right now. We'll start off in the northernmost portion of the state. We're tracking a significant wind potential right now. Let's take a look at this latest warning here. Actually, we'll take a look here. This one, it's kind of hard to see here. Mankato and Beloit, you're included with it. Areas just east of Smith Center to Osborne. This is a severe thunderstorm warning that's in effect until 12:30. Line of storms moving eastward with some 80-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail possible. And the warning just east of it, including Belleville, Concordia down to Minneapolis, is for some 60 to 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts as well as some penny-sized hail as that line moves off to the east at 50 miles per hour. So Belleville down toward Concordia and Minneapolis, you're all being impacted by this line as it's pushing eastward. We're keeping a close eye on it. Further south here, we're tracking some severe another severe thunderstorm warning here. This is in effect for eastern Barton, northwestern Reno, and Rice counties until 12:30. Line of storms moving to the northeast at 70 miles per hour are going to be capable of some 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts and some half-dollar sized hail. So we're keeping a very close eye on that severe storm there as well. Then a little bit farther north of that, we have another severe thunderstorm warning till 12:30. This is for Ellsworth and Lincoln counties till 12:30. 70-mile-per-hour winds, half-dollar size hail possible. Let's head back north real quick where we just got in a new severe thunderstorm warning here for Clay, Cloud, and Ottawa counties. Clay, Eastern Cloud, Northeastern Ottawa, and Washington County till 1:15 a.m. Line of storms moving east at 50 miles per hour is going to be capable of some 70-mile-per-hour winds and some penny-sized hail. So Washington and Clay Center, you're about to be impacted by this line. That will likely move toward the Marysville, Riley, and Manhattan areas within the next little while. Tracking another severe thunderstorm warning here. Let's head around the Stafford area. This is where we have a severe thunderstorm warning till 12:30. It's for east central Edwards, southeastern Pawnee, northern Pratt, and Stafford counties till 12:30. Line of storms moving eastward with some 60-mile-per-hour winds and penny-sized hail possible. And as we head down over toward the Dodge City area, we have a severe thunderstorm warning still in effect here until 12:30. 60-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-sized hail possible with that storm at that portion of the line as it continues to progress eastward. Let's take a big picture view across the state. Again, the big line of storms continue to progress eastward with a risk for some damaging winds and some hail embedded within some of the stronger cores. This line of storms is going to continue to push eastward. Again, we'll put it through the current time, and as we take a look at things, it is going to continue to track eastward here through central Kansas. Let's take a look at our watch map, and this is updated. We do have a severe thunderstorm watch still across western Kansas, Hays, Dodge City, Garden City included. That goes until 2 a.m., so about another hour and a half left to go on that. New severe thunderstorm watches have been issued central Kansas, including Wichita, Salina, Hutchinson, all included in that severe thunderstorm watch till 5 a.m., and then another watch across the northeastern portions of Kansas. That goes until 5 a.m. as well. The greater risk for some more significant damaging wind gusts is going to be along that Northeast Kansas watch. They're northeast of that black line, just northeast of Salina. The Northeast Kansas watch is going to pose the greatest risk for some enhanced damaging wind gusts up to 80 miles per hour. And then across the other watch through central Kansas, we could still be looking at some a little bit lower winds, 60 to up to 80 mile per hour wind gusts as this line continues to progress eastward. So several more hours of severe weather. We'll be here, continue to track it. Keep it right here for the latest live coverage and live streaming radar. We'll continue to keep you up to date. Good evening. I'll have my microphone on for this update. Let's go ahead and take a look at this line of storms that's continuing to push eastward through central on into northeast Kansas right now. We'll go from north to south along this line. Some 60 to 80 mile per hour wind gusts possible here across the northern portion of this line, racing eastward, about to impact the towns of Washington, Clay Center, and Abilene. Again, winds up to 80 miles per hour with this line as it continues to progress eastward. We're monitoring that, and then winds up to 80 miles per hour as well here across the central portion of this line, impacting Ellsworth, Lyons, and then here in a few minutes toward Hutchinson, McPherson, and Salina. Some dangerous winds there, and then farther southwest, winds 60 to perhaps 70 miles per hour here with this severe thunderstorm warning here for Stafford, Pratt, areas just northwest of Medicine Lodge, northeast of Coldwater, and around the Greensburg area. We're going to continue to track this as it pushes off to the east. So we are continuing to monitor this. We had a report of wind damage at 12:32. 2 miles west of Nickerson in Reno County, 5 to 6 inch diameter tree limbs down. So again, this is a line of damaging winds, especially across the central and north central portions of the state that continues to progress eastward. And this isn't really going to weaken, it doesn't look like, as it continues to progress eastward. So if you're east of this, do be prepared. If you have things that are still outside and you're still up, bring them in, tie them down, because this is going to be a line of damaging winds, some strong damaging winds, possibly destructive damaging winds that is going to continue to progress eastward here through the next several hours. And we do have a severe thunderstorm watch across the western portions of the state until 2 a.m. Severe thunderstorm watch central Kansas, Wichita, and Salina till 5 a.m. And then severe thunderstorm watch in northeast Kansas, including Topeka and Manhattan, goes until 5 a.m. as well. So we're going to continue to track this line of storms that will progress eastward through the next several hours. Keep it right here for the latest live radar and storm updates. We'll continue to keep you up to date. Good evening. We continue to track a line of storms continue to push eastward through central Kansas, now pushing eastward into the eastern portions of the state, at least across the northern portion of the line. So let's take a look at the latest warnings right now. A long line of storms stretching all the way from the Kansas-Nebraska line in northeast Kansas down through central Kansas and into southwest Kansas along the Kansas-Oklahoma state line. So let's start out here across the northern portions of the line right now. We're tracking this portion of the line pushing eastward with a risk for some 70-mile-per-hour winds. Again, this line racing off to the east. Abilene currently getting in on those winds, as well as Clay Center on up towards Marysville. Manhattan, you're about to be impacted by this line of storms, as well as the Junction City area, Hope, and up toward the Marysville and Axtell areas. So we're going to continue to monitor that portion of the line. Again, 70-mile-per-hour winds possible. If we come here to central Kansas, we can see another severe thunderstorm warning. It includes Salina, McPherson, Hutchinson, Newton, Hillsboro. This line pushing eastward. Some 70-mile-per-hour winds also possible there. And then into south central Kansas, our latest severe thunderstorm warning includes portions of Reno, Kingman, into Harper and the far western portions of Sedgwick County. Some 70-mile-per-hour winds possible there. That warning does not yet include the city of Wichita, but if this line of storms maintains its strength, it likely will here later on in the next hour or so. And then another severe thunderstorm warning here further to the south and west, Pratt, Coldwater, down toward Protection, the Atna, Medicine Lodge, Kiowa areas. All those areas going to be impacted by some 60-mile-per-hour winds. So again, as we take a look at this line as a whole, it continues to progress eastward. We have had reports of some of these damaging wind gusts. Let's head here and take a look at some of those. Let me head on here to our other radar site as we take a look at the storms here through central Kansas. We had a measured, let's see, what time is it now? Let's get some more recent reports. We had a recent report of an estimated 70-mile-per-hour wind gust 7 miles north of Sylvia in Reno County. That was by an emergency manager. Zero visibility with gusts to 70 miles per hour. A bit further to the north, we had a report of some estimated 70-mile-per-hour winds at 12:45, 1 mile west of Nickerson in Reno County. As we head further north here, let's back out and head on over to our other radar source. Go up here north of Salina, around Minneapolis, just north of Bennington. We had some reports of some 60 to 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts with that line as it moved through. So again, a line of damaging winds continuing to track eastward here through central Kansas, and it will continue to progress eastward here. It's moving a little bit faster than we originally thought. So this complex storm is racing eastward. Let's take a look at our watches. Currently in effect here, central and eastern Kansas till 5 a.m. Western Kansas goes till 2 a.m. I do need to include that Jewell and Mitchell counties are also under that severe thunderstorm watch until 5 a.m. As this line continues to progress eastward, we're going to continue to see the risk for some significant damaging wind gusts, 60 to 80 miles per hour. Perhaps some isolated hail within some of the stronger cores of the storm, but again, the greatest threat now appears to be some of those damaging winds, 60 to 80 miles per hour, as well as some very heavy rainfall. So central eastern Kansas, do be aware of this. We're going to continue to see this threat into the overnight hours, and again, those severe thunderstorm watches go till 5 a.m. Just reading up on things from the Storm Prediction Center, a new watch or extension is likely going to be needed here soon for the remainder of eastern Kansas, likely including the Kansas City metro area, as well as areas down towards Chanute, as this line of storms continues to progress eastward. So again, we're going to continue to track this here for the next few hours, and we'll continue to keep you up to date. Keep it right here on SiriusWX.net. good evening. We continue to track a line of storms moving eastward tonight, currently stretching from northeast Kansas through central and into south central and southwest Kansas. Let's take a look at the latest here. We'll start out here across south central Kansas. Storms moving through the Wichita area right now. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning in place that expires here at 2:15. We'll likely see a new one issued here shortly. Let's actually go over to our high-resolution version of StormView radar right now. You can see this fine line here. That's our line of damaging winds right now that is pushing southeastward into the Wichita metro area as we speak. We could be looking at some damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour as this area of storms continues to progress off to the south and east again. We should find out here within the next few minutes if the Weather Service will issue a new severe thunderstorm warning or if they will allow the warnings to be dropped on that portion of the line. But again, it looks like some areas of 60 mile per hour winds are going to be possible, 50 to 60 miles per hour, as this line continues to push southeastward through the Wichita metro area and through much of south central Kansas, from Marion down southwestward toward Kingman and to around the Harper area. So we'll keep an eye on that portion of the line as it continues to push off to the south and east. We had a report at 6:52 of some estimated penny-sized hail in Pretty Prairie. That was in Reno County, so we'll continue to monitor this line as it pushes off to the south and east. So Metro Wichita probably getting in on some gusty winds, 50 to 60 miles per hour right now. In fact, we are. I've noticed that upstairs looking out the window. If we come here to northeast Kansas, we're tracking a line of storms as well, or the same line, just another area of the state, some 60 to 70 mile per hour winds possible with that portion of the line as it continues to push eastward as well. And then as we head on over to southwest Kansas, we have a severe thunderstorm warning that includes areas like Pratt and Medicine Lodge. That goes till 2:15, so just another few minutes on that for the potential for up to 60 mile per hour winds. So we're probably going to be getting in on some new warnings here within the next few moments if the Weather Service issues them. If it looks like the threat is sort of marginal now, maybe up to 60 miles per hour, if that. So we'll keep an eye on that, but we do have a severe thunderstorm watch here across southwest Kansas, Stafford, Pratt, Barber, Kiowa, Comanche, and Clark counties. That has been extended now until 3 a.m. The severe thunderstorm watch here across central Kansas, including Salina and Wichita, goes until 5 a.m. The portions of northeast Kansas, areas west of Topeka and Emporia, west of the Kansas Turnpike, and northeast Kansas goes until 5 a.m. as well. And a new severe thunderstorm watch for areas east of Emporia and Topeka, including the Kansas City metro area, goes until 9 a.m. Central Time. So again, we're going to continue to monitor this line as it continues to progress off to the east. We'll continue with live streaming radar here through the overnight hours. This is probably going to be our last live update of the night. So for the rest of the night, we will continue with live streaming radar coverage. So keep it right here for that. And thanks for tuning in for the latest live coverage. And we may be looking at an isolated risk for some large hail, damaging winds, areas along and southeast of the Turnpike this afternoon into the evening. We'll keep an eye on that, but it won't be nearly as widespread as what we're looking at right now. So keep it with us for the latest on that. And thanks for tuning in. We'll continue with live streaming radar.